Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, we'll just give it the 2 minutes, the extra 2 minutes for people to join. Thank you. Hi, June. Nice to see you. Yeah, yeah. Okay, good morning, afternoon, and evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's very early for some and very late for others. I'd just like to express our gratitude for all of you making the effort to join all 3 days. I know juggling the time, etc., is a bit difficult, but thank you very much for your commitment. This is the last day of the MAG meeting, and just the legal stuff before we get on the way. The meeting is being recorded. It's also being live streamed to our YouTube channel, the IGF YouTube channel. This is a MAG meeting, so MAG members do have preference, but if non-MAG members want to speak, please feel free to raise your hand, and then it's up to the discretion of the chairs to call on you. When you're called, just give a very brief introduction of yourself and then say a statement. As the chair has been reminding people, please try and keep your interventions brief, around the 2 minute mark. We've been very, very efficient this year, I'd like to say, and hope we'll continue that today. There will be, of course, a report of the action items, not a summary of the discussion, but just a report containing the action items, which will come out at the beginning of next week. So with that, I will give the floor to our chair, Carol Roach, to start the meeting.
Hello, everybody. As Shangata says, thank you very much for your attention and your participation. We've had a very good 2 days, and I'm sure today will be just as good. So yes, today we covered quite a lot of ground. We went through the sub-themes and we came up with which ones and how many we wanted last night or yesterday. And this morning, persons worked on the descriptive text. So we'll look at that this morning. we looked at the sessions and the procedures. Oh, sorry, that's for output for today. Sorry. Even though we have on the agenda strategic vision, we think we will probably leave that for another time, have people on the working group get things together. So that's expected today. Let's let everybody has had an opportunity, I believe, to look at the agenda. Selena has posted it in the chat. Any objections or changes to the agenda? Okay, no hands, no comments. So the agenda is accepted as is. So we're going to start the morning. I don't know if persons had an opportunity to look at the document, if that was distributed. So we'll have a look at that this morning. Celine, are we going to go with, yes, the sub-themes. So I'm going to hand over to Ole. Martin, Ole, are you on this morning? There
I'm
you
on.
go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Okay. Just a quick question because I'm just wondering myself. So this text, is this our selection criteria, or is it to help potential participants or guide, or is it to guide session suggestions, or is this text final in any way, excluding something, or is this just a guiding text for the MAG when we continue this process?
This is just the first draft, and it'll be worked on because most likely it's very long. There's only a limited amount of text we'll use. So it's just today we'll just be looking at it. If persons want to comment, add, take away, and then there will be a cleanup process so that'll be ready for next week.
Yeah.
Once that's done, yeah. Okay. I think Celine is going to display. We have a hand from Chris. Go ahead,
Thanks.
Chris.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just Ole Martin's comment just then made me think it's probably useful to, as we go into this, think about the sort of audience of this text, because I was thinking the audience is primarily people submitting workshops so that they have a sense of where their issue, where their topic fits into the broader theme. And so that's probably a useful context as we edit the text, or as we think about what text is most appropriate there. It's good for us to be thinking about how we're framing the program, but the final audience for this text is going to be not us. It's people who are coming to this fresh and probably need some guidance and assistance to understand where they fit in.
Exactly. That's a very good context, Chris. So, Ole, so we'll basically look at the text and persons may have comment.
Okay, let's go through it then.
Mm-hmm.
Let's scroll down a bit. Let's start with the first theme then. Are there any comments on the text? Any discussions? Any? Olga?
Hello, good morning from Buenos Aires. This is Olga Cavalli. Well, what I did is I, following what Chris just explained, I'm thinking about people in trying to submit or an open forum or a workshop proposal. I took the text below that was suggested by other colleagues, and I tried to summarize it in a kind of a very easy way to go through. So the first part is the one that I write yesterday night. It tries to capture all the different paragraphs below. So it should capture all the inputs from other colleagues in a way that it could be easy to go through. So a very brief paragraph for starting, which is the 3 lines that you see up in the text. And then a list of issues the topics that could fit into this sub-theme. So this is the way that I rephrased what was the proposal from other colleagues, which I thank very much. I could do that yesterday night because after our meeting, I had to go to my work. But I don't know if other colleagues, Lito or Jennifer, had any comments, or of course, thank you to all who contributed because there were several. So that's my comment for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Lito?
Thank you. Good morning, all. I wrote the first version of this box, the first box, and I am okay with the changes and the comments suggested by colleagues in order to make it easy for people to read. I also agreed to certain comments about adding more topics like regarding to cybersecurity and all, because I tried to cover them in the first version, but of course it's always improvable. So I agree with the changes colleagues have made, and as you said, Carol said before, somebody, probably Celine, we have to make it brief, but with the information we are including here. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Thank you, Ole Martin, and also thank you, Olga and Lito, for the text. Yes, Lito, you did the first version of it, and I added some text, especially regarding the resilient nature of the internet. And Olga very succinctly encapsulated all the good suggestions from my colleagues. A more general question I have really is I guess the format of how we're going to do the sub-theme descriptions. I see all 4 sub-themes. The style of putting the information out there is a little bit different. I do like the way that it's easy to read here with the bullet points, but I don't, of course, for the others, it's more in a paragraph form. So I guess it's more of a general question to all of us to see how we want to present it in order to be able to get something that's coherent and cohesive. Thanks.
Thank you. Minnie?
Thank you. This is Minnie Necesiado. I'm a former MAG member, and I'm just stepping in because my colleague, Tim Ashudo, who is a current MAG member, she was not able to follow the meeting. So just to quickly come in to say, first, full support to what Jennifer has said. I think it's important that there is some level of consistency in the way that the different themes are described so that the document is coherent. However the MAG decides to do it, but I think that that's important. And then second comment on the fact that we have 4 themes. I think that's an incredible approach, and all 4 are very well presented, and we should avoid to go beyond the 4 issues that are tackled here. And then specifically on the first topic that we see right here right now on the digital trust and resilience, I like the fact that this is presenting a bit of a broader roster of issues that we tackle under the umbrella of the digital trust and resilience. I like the fact that there is cybersecurity, data, privacy, etc. So just to show support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have decided on 4 themes. I'm not I'm correct in that. We decided that yesterday, didn't we, Carol?
Yes, I just have a comment on the first paragraph. It is mostly speaking to resilience. I don't think you get the trust part coming out as part of it. So I think somehow we need to get a little bit more on trust in the first paragraph of this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I agree with the comment that Carol made. I wasn't able to work on this text, but I think we need something on that aspect of trust. One of the little tweaks I could suggest that in the first sentence, a resilient and interoperable and trustworthy internet is a critical way of ensuring so that trustworthiness could be reflecting some of that until we do further tweaks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, should we move on to the next theme then, if there are no more hands and comments on this? Juan, do you want to say something about this?
And we also have Desiree. Her hand has been up.
Oh, sorry, Desiree.
I've just spoken about this trustworthiness,
Yeah.
so thank you for inserting it. I'm sorry, I don't have my camera on. Thank you. It was Desiree.
Olga.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for apologies for taking the floor again. This is Olga Cavalli. Just to clarify, what I did is I summarized in the first part all the inputs made by colleagues. So it's the first part that should be, of course, if we agree, summarizing what it's below. So it's not double text, it's or the first part or the second one. So just for you to have that in mind. And I agree with the suggestion made by Carol and Desiree. Thank you for that. And I don't turn on my camera because it's 5 a.m. and you don't want to see me at this time of the day.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's then move on to the next theme. And Ariane, one of the volunteers, want to say something about? I think we have two versions here.
I can start. Juan, please come in if you are here in the call. I mean, we also have a bit of a discussion because we were not really sure about the structure and the content. And the first version is more of a general description. So there are not so many information. And the version 2 tries to give more information on what is behind sustainable and responsible innovation. And I think we have to meet somewhere in the middle. And but it helped very much to also listen today in the morning on the question, okay, who's using this description and what's the purpose? But I think also compared to the other sub-theme descriptions, I have to say that ours, the first version especially, is very, very short. And I'm not sure whether we should provide more information. Otherwise, it's a little bit of a no-brainer to just say that yes, it has to be sustainable and socially correct, and it should also lead to economic growth, etc. So the question is really, okay, where can we meet in between?
We have Jennifer.
Thank you, Ole Martin, and thank you, Suki. Yes, this group produced two versions of the text, and I guess my question goes back to the first question that I had for the first sub-theme. If we as the MAG decide that we do want to go the route of the bullet points, then I'm sure group 2 will be more than happy to merge and I guess massage the text into that format. I also agree with Suki that, you know, it's good to start quite broadly, but then I think if we're looking at giving workshop proposers some good direction on how they can give us good proposals with a broad range and very diverse, well-written and quality proposals, we need to give a little bit more context and information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mene?
Thank you, Olive. My name is Seb, stepping in for Timea Shuto, MAC member. Just to say here that I think that it's important that we meet in the middle in the way that we go with a description of the second topic. I agree that it's important not to keep it very general, but at the same time, it should not be very specific. Issues change throughout the year, and we don't know what's the topic of the day today. Might be the same in June. So I think it's important to keep a bit of a middle ground approach, and just to say that we have preference for the first version of this. So perhaps if we can work on this a little bit so that we can still keep the same framing, but components of it can be a little bit more specific, but again, not too specific, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if you can run through all four of them, and then we can have a small discussion on the format and the how the bullet points or so afterwards when we've seen all four of them. So if it moves on to number 3. Do we have anyone? Tina?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Actually, this was prepared by Valeria and me. We started with the reference to the Global Digital Compact and the divide that needs to be bridged. In the description, we started with this general, perspective of the divide to move towards the necessity of the universal and meaningful access along with the digital rights. We tried to cover in the second part of the description the other topics, the different topics that are mentioned in here. But there is like it's mentioned that the session will deal with economic issues and development as well as cybersecurity and trust, which can be maybe duplicated because it's already mentioned. It will be discussed in the first session. So another read of the proposed description is needed in order to decide which topic will be covered in which session. So if we can go through all the description of this session and the colleagues can maybe propose some modification, it would be good.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe we'll need to scroll down a little bit to show more of the text.
Okay, yeah.
The second part in blue below it defines the meaningful access, what is meaningful access and universal access in terms of age, gender, geographic location. And also, as mentioned, we mentioned here also the economic development and the cybersecurity because they were listed within the topics in under this sub-theme. So we need to decide if we keep them here or we just move them to the first session.
Okay. Mene?
Thank you, Menin Seado, stepping in for Timashuto. Just to quickly say that as we are seeing right now on the screen, I think maybe we should think about not including perhaps cybersecurity, as it's a topic that's already referenced in the first sub-theme, and just to avoid the overlap, I think it would be something that the MAG could consider. Thank you.
So you mean that we need to remove the sentence, the second paragraph in blue, these two lines?
That's the suggestion, yes, because it's a topic that's already touched on the first sub-theme.
Yes, okay. I'm okay with that, but I repeat here that we only mentioned it because it is in the topics under this sub-theme. Okay, no problem. We can remove it.
Okay. There is an overlap, and in our original proposal also there is an overlap in all the themes, and as there's mentioned in the chat here also, we had a reference to all the GDCs and the BICES action lines and the SDG also. We have to decide if we want to keep that, and then we have to update it since the themes now have changed a bit, so we have to adjust that. But that will also make room for overlap in themes between the four of them. Jimson?
Yeah, greetings everybody. Well, I really want to appreciate colleagues that felt the pain and are holding the pain. I want to re-echo what Lito mentioned on the chat, that since we already seen great connection with GDC and WSIS, and considering that we are strongly having a connection with WSIS plus 20 review underway, I think it will also be good to maybe in the text itself, make that reference to say this WSIS action line, even though it's been captured by hosts just on the theme, sub-theme level, but in the text as well, may be a good idea to also still note it. Thank you.
Thank you. Amrita?
Thank you. And thanks to all who have actually kind of put in efforts to, give their input. I just had a question to everyone. I was, and I may sound very absurd at this point of time, but my thing was like, for example, if I'm reading the sub-theme description, and I just don't mean this, but since we are discussing it, saying as acknowledged by Global Digital Compact that there is a lingering digital divide. There is a digital divide. The ITU report says it, the others say it, but are we not giving too much of emphasis to the GDC, as in trying to say that, since the GDC says that is why we believe there is a digital divide, and we need to acknowledge it. There are processes who are highlighting it. We can always refer to them. So I'm not too sure, are we relying too much on the GDC when we are saying that there is a WSIS plus 20 coming up? There are other indicators which are giving us that warning. So just a point I thought I'd make. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Charles?
Thank you. In fact, listening to this and reading the description, which is, really there are some overlap, which is expected. I know we're discussing the description directly, but maybe if, because maybe the digital rights in the header is making some confusion. The last paragraph in the description mentioned to promote economic growth. I'm not sure if it's a good note, but maybe if we can change then the header of the subcommittee a little bit, universal access and economic growth instead of digital rights, since digital rights is mentioned in the first sub-theme. Thank you.
Jonathan?
Thank you. It's a very impressive way to capture the ideas. On universal access, I just want to say that it seems our language is more political and less actionable. I would suggest that as much as talk about universal access, maybe also need to slot in the idea that there must be basic internet as a universal right to enable meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, should we move on to the fourth theme, digital cooperation? Do we have any volunteers?
Okay, maybe I can just share a few words. I mean, in the sub-theme description, we decide to use as reference the IGF vision document beyond 2025, as it includes several ideas and suggestions of how, I mean, the IGF could, I mean, improve and could improve building digital cooperation. So then we describe the main points that we think should be discussed under this theme, as how to integrate Net Mundial guidelines in the IGF ecosystem, and also try to include also the other points that are useful for digital cooperation, as for instance, discussion on how promote and balance the different involvement from UN organization, but also from private sector, civil society, and technical community. And then if you can just scroll a little bit down, okay, so we referred also on improving and building digital cooperation, also trying to, I mean, to improve the impact on the IGF, on all the frameworks, starting from the WCIS, the GDC, and also to the 2030 agenda. I mean, try to connect it, to increase the links between IGF results and the other ongoing initiative. And then the other 2 points were referring to the national and regional initiative, how to bring more voice and more involvement of them in the IGF and global digital cooperation. And the last but not least is capacity building, that is playing an important role on improving and building digital cooperation. So I've seen this morning there are some more comments from Timia saying that maybe using IGF vision document could be, I mean, some way restrictive. Maybe we can just try to rephrase the first part to consider the Timia comments. So I don't know if the other have other comments. Please share them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear if there are any comments. Chris?
Nope. Right. I was just going to say, and I'm happy to add this in the text myself, but just looking through this morning, this would be, I think, an important place to talk about establishing durable, stable funding and other resource arrangements to ensure digital cooperation processes can happen. And I think it would be good to specify that, but I'm happy to add the text there if there's no objections from people to that.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Marcus?
Good morning. Yes, thanks for all this. It looks good. Just my small comment here on the digital cooperation, as the dynamic coalitions plan to focus their work on implementation of the GDC. I think they should also be mentioned in paragraph 4, how enhancing regional local IGFs and include the dynamic coalitions as they're planning to be integrated in this effort. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Marcus.
Adam?
Thank you, Adam Peake, not a MAG member, and thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair. I just put in the chat, please remember that the first audience for this are people, and Chris said this earlier, are people who are considering to submit a proposal, and the style and format of the first session are, I think, much easier for that. As someone who probably will submit a session proposal, I need to see, what the themes are, what you intend us to be thinking about, and so on. And the clarity of the first session is much stronger. And if I can also say, remember that as MAG members, when you start reviewing all the proposals that come in, and no one can make a guess at how many, but I think you're going to be expecting a lot of workshop and other session proposals. This document also guides you in some ways and will probably be used to divide the MAG into small groups as you batch up all the session proposals into more manageable numbers. You really clarity in the document will be helpful for submitters and probably for yourselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The suggestion, I think that's a bit, how many you have a question or a comment?
Just a quick comment, sorry, I'll keep it brief. Just to say that I think that this is a good way that the topic is presented under this theme, but I think maybe the MAC could consider not keeping it as, it seems to me when I read this that it's as if this subtheme will be discussing the MAG vision document, and just I think maybe it's also something that Tima mentioned in the comments of the Google Doc, but if you could consider making it a little bit more general. I think the topics are valid. It's just a matter of not making it seem like this is just about the MAG vision document. So just throwing it for the MAG's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It's a couple of questions I've noted here. So is overlapping a problem? Is that something we have to address, or is it okay that these teams overlap each other? And that also corresponds with the reference to the GDC and the VICES and the SDG. Should we let the teams overlap and adjust the reference to the GDC to the new teams and just keep it there? Then it's more there it's broader, the themes, but then again, we don't exclude anything. Olga?
Thank you. Being someone that has presented several workshop and open forum proposals, I find overlapping sometimes confusing, but it doesn't mean that it could exist. But personally, I find it confusing, and I suggest that it should not be a lot of overlap. Thank you.
Okay. Should we keep the reference to the GDC, the VICES, and the SDGs as they are now? Should we update them and keep them as a some small reference under the title? Lito.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. As I said in the chat, I very much agree with keeping the references. I think it's the first time we do this because it's the first time we have a GDC, WSIS 20, etc. And I think that gives us as the IGF the more general view. I think we want to transmit to let people know that we are looking at all these processes in the world, and this is the place where we can find the discussions and enhancements or proposals to those topics. Thank you. So I very much agree we keep them. Maybe with a note at the bottom explaining what is GDC. I mean something, because not everyone will be aware of them, and what does it mean 3, 4, C5, whatever. So some general note below. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol?
I agree with keeping the references. Usually we do SDGs, so are we going to add that to the list of things, or we just leave that for session proposers to do that? As with regards to what Lito said with GDC, and this is just a link at the beginning or the end of the document should suffice. Else it's going to be, I think, too bulky. Thank you.
Thank you. Henriette?
Thank you, Olaf, for letting me speak. I made a suggestion in the chat earlier as a format where we have the title of the subtheme, a very short descriptive sentence, and then some bullet points. And those can include issues as well as processes. And I think it's fine if those are repeated. Olga, I do take your point, but I think reality is that there is overlap. And I just want to point out that you also want to use this framework to promote the event. As Suki was also just saying in the chat, it needs to sound interesting. Keep in mind that inside the IGF, for IGF old-timers, digital cooperation is code for GDC. But for anyone else looking at this, digital cooperation is about people and institutions working together to solve problems. So don't forget that. Don't forget that the IGF is in fact about cooperation and facilitating it. So don't reduce the concept of digital cooperation to the GDC. Thank you.
Thank you. Amrita?
Thank you, Oli, and sorry for taking the floor again. As in, there would be overlaps for sure. We may try to reduce it, but in reality, there would be. That's one thing. I agree with Henriette. And just to clarify, as in, I have nothing against the processes being mentioned, like, like GDC 3.4 or VSIS +5. My concern was overemphasis on particular processes. So I just wanted to clarify it in case I was not able to explain it in my first intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the suggestions for the form, consistency and form between all four texts, and consistency in the whole document. There's been some suggestions from both in the chat and here. So we have a shorter description and bullet points. Copying the first team, the digital trust. Is that a better approach? Do we want to do that? Try to make it more consistent throughout this, and adjust the other three descriptions with more smaller text and bullet points. Do you have any comments? Chris?
Just repeat what I said in the text, in the chat. Yeah, I think what you've described there is a good way forward. Smaller text and bullet points, as Olga says in the chat. So yeah, I think we can sort of, that's not something we can do collectively on a call. It's probably a sort of editing process a bit after. So I think probably if we have a small group who can work with the Secretariat, as long as we're comfortable with the content that's there now, and comfortable with the idea that will probably get edited, not for content, but for style and approach, then I think that's probably the best way forward.
Thank you. Yeah. So should be a suggestion. Could we let the volunteers and everybody then try to rearrange the text to being a shorter introduction and then bullet points, and the Secretariat, or okay, Herselin is on it, they're ready to support the group that suggested, okay, and then the Secretariat will try to format it and make it more consistently between all the teams. Carol.
Yes, I think we have a few persons volunteering to make a stab at it. So I think we will log down the document for the persons that have the pen so that they can make a first stab at it. I think we need to establish a timeline to get that done. So the pens can have their first stab at it, and then the secretariat will come behind with cleanup. So I think we need to establish a timeline for that. Maybe Lito could help us.
Yes, remember everybody that we need to publish the proposal form, the workshop proposal form as well. That should include these sub themes in a very final way for next Wednesday, February 12, according to our timeline. We need to publish the whole package, if you will. So we need to finish this by Monday or Tuesday to be ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then do we settle for that? We lock this at the end of the day today, and then the volunteers work with the secretariat to edit this until Monday. Is that the conclusion?
Yes.
Yes. Well, then we're 14 minutes ahead of schedule. I think that's what we had on the agenda for this session. Do we take a short break now and get back to the timetable?
I think it's working groups now.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No,
Yeah.
I'm on the wrong. Nope, I'm on the wrong one. Dave, sorry.
You're on day 3 here. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Chair. You're doing a great job. Let me go back to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, we could just go ahead with the timetable also if you want to do that. Oh, we scheduled a short break at 10. So should we just take a short break now and get back at in 15 minutes?
Sure.
Sure. Celine, could you arrange that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. See you in 15.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to start with the timetable and process for calling for proposals. And we're going to hand over to the co-facilitators. Lito, are you presenting today?
Yes, yes. We're going to present the workshop proposal form and other documents, but this one is, I wouldn't say the most important, but the one that we need to take a look at, because there's a small change that I want to propose. Shall we do it now? Okay, we can scroll a little bit. Okay, first we have this for those of you who may have not seen it recently. This section of the form includes some requirements that are how you say it, a stopper. So these are mandatory requirements. For instance, the balance, gender balance in the composition of the speakers of the workshop or panel. So there's we're saying that at least 2 speakers should be of a different gender from the rest. That's been there for some time, some years. The next one attends to the hybrid component of the panels. We are still using the hybrid model, but in this case, we require that at least 3 speakers are on site, including the moderator. That has to do with an evaluation some time ago that we did on making more dynamic, more efficient and each workshop that has been proposed. Because if we had mostly online speakers and moderators and so on, it turns out that the audience is not very connected to the session. So we required at least 3 speakers to be on site, and a minimum of 3 provisional confirmed speakers. So those are the a few requirements that are stoppers for the proposals. Shall we continue, please? And then we can go on this, but I think those are general data questions, parts that need to be filled out by the proponent. We recommend that the proposers should consult the submission manual. Then they know about the submission review process. So if they read and they look at these documents, they will know what is next after they present their proposal. Remember, we open the call next Wednesday. I don't remember the end date, but it's all in the timeline of our process. So continuing with the form, okay, we have this part of the proposer, general data. Okay, continue. Then the sub-theme, here in this section too, we include the sub-themes which we were just discussing, including the complete descriptions as it will be finished this weekend or this few days. They need to be included here so the proponents can take a look at them. Then next is the proposal itself. We have several areas, description, okay, objectives, policy questions, and so on. So that will give the MAG members, when we evaluate the proposal, these parts will give us the general idea where the proposal fit, what are they looking for, etc., etc. In section 4, we include questions and data about the session format, the room layout, duration, etc. Well, this has been discussed in the past, but we leave the proponents to select between 30, 60, and 90 minutes of the session. And then on section 5, we ask we remember the proponents that we are still in a hybrid mode, and I think we will be for the next years, at least. So we need to ensure that we engage people both present and online. And remember that online, we have these time differences as we have now. So we need to keep them awake in some cases. But all in all, we want to keep a good session, engaging, and have the topics well covered by the speakers. Continue, please. Okay, there will be an online session and training just for the proponents. Then we ask for if the proposal has any relationship with the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. If so, they should include it here. This is a general information and not to be taken into account into the evaluation, but I mean, at least not directly, but of course it's a good thing that they are related to that. The information about the organizers in section 7. Let's continue. Okay, these are part of the process. They need to be enrolled in our system. Let's see, okay. Those are general things about okay. Here comes a little bit up. Yes, there. Okay, this is the question. Please indicate whether session organizers are affiliated with any of the IGF intersessional work streams. Here is where we have the proposed modification or addition to that. I made an analysis of the data we got from this question last year, and I found out, and I shared this with Marcus and Wood, because we were trying to find some use for this question. So I found out that people will respond with multiple choices. If they respond, maybe they will say, okay, we are related to dynamic coalition on IoT, for instance, or whatever. And also I am related to, or we are related to NRI from such country or so on. So we don't think that's a very really useful thing. So we want to propose that we change this question to have proponents select one of these intersessional works. If you will, the most relevant for their proposal or something like that. And then after, so they will be selecting only one, let's say, NRI for Latin America and Caribbean, or only one of all the intersessional works or best practice forum on cybersecurity or whatever, they will select one. And after that, when the proposals are evaluated and selected, we will let the respective dynamic coalition, policy network, or whatever, intersectional work, know about this. So once the proposals are selected, we will say, okay, this proposal has been selected for the IGF, and you, dynamic coalition so-and-so, or best practice forum so-and-so, can get in touch with them and maybe offer a speaker, offer some results, some data that you have, whatever. So we will do it after the selection is made because we don't want any type of bias or any type of indication or whatever. We want that to be done and to establish a stronger relationship between the intersectional work streams and the workshop that have been selected for the IGF. That is the reason, and that is the proposal we are making about this question. I don't know, I see a lot of activity in the chat, but I will continue, and then at the end, I think we can go back to the questions. So next, that is the proposal. We can discuss about it a little bit later. So there, again, we continue with the speakers, and we asked the proponent we recall here the requirements about the 3 speakers on site and the 2 speakers of a different gender. And let's continue. Oh, what else? Okay, that's we saw that. I think we're about to finish. The moderators, of course, we need to identify them. Let's continue. Reporter, the documentation, if they want to consider documentation. And that's the consent for publishing the workshop proposal. I think that's it for the proposal. Okay, shall we include, open the floor for questions and comments? I haven't read the chat, so if somebody can go. Shall I moderate this or anyone else? Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yes.
Sorry, Carol.
I'll jump in. Okay, thank you, Lito. Yeah, this looks very good. There has been some discussion in the chat here, and I partly wanted to note the points that Avri has been making, and I have some strong resonance with in terms of our trajectory should be towards a full and effective hybrid experience, I think. And so I think the constraints or the requirements in terms of on-site speakers would be worth a discussion at least. I think we've had some not great experiences in the past. I think, you know, it was one of the with the Saudi event, I think one of the things we had some trouble with was some of the remote participation and engagement. So that's something that would be good to put a focus on making sure we get right this time. But I do think 3 speakers seems like a lot. I think if we could say the points for me would be we absolutely need to have someone responsible on site for the session. That's usually the moderator. I think it makes most sense if it's the moderator, but it's not necessarily. So I think you could still have an off-site moderator or a remote moderator, as long as there is someone in the room there who is responsible for the session and is going to be, you know, ready to engage with the staff on site, with the people in the room. And then I would say certainly 1 speaker on site, but beyond that, I wonder if that's necessary. The other point was just a very quick one about the links to an NRI or a dynamic coalition, a BPF or a policy network. I think that's very important. I would certainly remove the text there that says this is just for information and won't have any impact on the assessment. I think actually it should have some impact on the assessment. And this, I think, was a point that was made a little last year where I think DC dynamic coalitions, we have so many and we have a growing number, and that's very good. But it means we can't sort of assume that they're all going to have a session in the program. So I think what we should be doing instead there is having DCs that are doing substantive work in this cycle, putting in a proposal with others, with other workshops, and noting that this is coming from a DC. This is affiliated with work that is going on in a DC, and that would give it certainly some priority in the MAG's assessment, because this is something that is coming from the IGF community. It's substantive work. So I think making that link is very important. I think it should, to some extent, inform our assessment, and I don't think we should back away from that in how we describe it in the form. But thank you very much for the work here. I think it's looking very close.
Thank you, Chris. Just to respond quickly, I assume you also agree that we do this communication with the intersectional work after we select the workshop, because we don't want to establish any type of bias or to open the floor before selecting. We will be, I don't want to sound hard, but wasting time for the intersectional work if the workshop proposal is not selected, or we may get some, I don't know, influence from the...
I may be misunderstanding or thinking about this a little differently than is envisaged there. I mean, I would think that workshop proposers who had a strong link to work coming out of a DC or work being done in a BPF would have already been in contact with those processes. There's no, I think it would be a little strange to just randomly put in a workshop proposal and say, this is linked to the policy network on AI, but not have had any discussion with the policy network on AI about it. So I think that link is probably already going to be there, but maybe there are other models that would work here.
Okay, I see your point. Carol, do you want to moderate, or should I keep giving the floor?
You could keep going, Lito. Good job.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, please.
Thank you. And if you're okay with that, because I see Desiree's hand up, but I was involved with Teresa in designing and leading the working group on hybrid when it was first set up during COVID, because obviously everything was hybrid at the time. And that experience made us realize that hybrid worked, and like other organizations, we should adopt the hybrid approach. But, and this is important, I think, having all speakers, participants online, or a majority of speakers online, tends to turn the experience into a webinar. Certainly all online is just a broadcast into the room. We did do that, I believe, in the first meeting after COVID for a couple of sessions, and it was a very poor experience. You might as well just all be online, frankly. With a limited number in the room, for example, 1 or 2 people or a moderator standing at the front of the room, which we've also experienced, just leaves a session that is flat. We tend to be humans and like interaction, and the interaction tends to come from the presence in the room. Again, this is just talking about experience from previous IGFs as we moved out of the COVID experience. And the second is, frankly, that we want people to participate across the IGF, and you're dealing with what is essentially very expensive, or limited in that sense, real estate on a very high demand schedule. You know, you're going to be cutting, you always cut back a larger number of proposals, and I think maximizing the experience that you have with the proposals that end up on the schedule is very important, and that is not to detract in any way from the importance of hybrid. We set it up because and developed it a couple of years ago because it was so important. Chris's point about technology is absolutely correct. If we'd had only hybrid sessions in Saudi, quite a lot of them would just not have happened, right? It just wouldn't have worked. So you can't allow that technology problem to continue. And good luck to our Norwegian hosts in making sure it all works. Some of the tech community will be in touch about that to offer experience. I can promise that. The last point, so that's my point about hybrid. It simply is a matter of making sure that we have the best experience possible. And I think the arrangement you propose, Lito, will allow for that. If I can go on to another point, speaker limitation, I think it's important not to have 7 or 8 people sitting on a panel. It doesn't work. It doesn't bring interaction. It doesn't allow for audience participation. However, there are some formats where more than 5 is useful. For example, why would one have the option for a round table when a round table automatically suggests more people around that table? So I would put an option of some kind to say, we would like to have more speakers. You don't necessarily need to name them all, but just to say that we intend to organize a roundtable, and this will include a discussion of more than the number of speakers that are there. A roundtable, I think. So having the roundtable option suggests more than 5, if you see what I mean. And thanks very much.
Thank you. I think we will have a complete round and then go back to some of the things that you all have mentioned. Desiree, please.
Thank you, Lito. Yes, Adam did speak before me and said many things. I would have liked to mention that with hybrid being feasible technically, it does cause additional, I think, need to prepare the rooms because looking at the past experiences, walking into an empty room with a single moderator sitting there, even in Katowice, did not look well online or at the event, but yeah, it worked in terms of the workshop did go ahead. So what I suggested, I'm happy with what you are proposing, Lito, but I think we need to be really cautious about this experience of an empty room, and it will give an additional headache to the host country in terms of setting up these rooms. If we end up having hybrid only sessions, I think they should be clearly marked, and people should not expect to have a room at the venue, but find their corner, somewhere with a laptop and join and a good headset. But that's something we could judge once we see all the proposals. And lastly, so clearly marked, if it's hybrid only, try not to have as many, but we need to have feedback from the host as well. And secondly, I think one point why I raised my hand when you spoke about organizers having to have registered in the UN system to have an Indico account. It is really hard, sometimes for the organizers who are, and especially because we have a limited time this time, to reach out to all the organizers you want to invite to the workshop. And although you have a confirmation and an email, to ask them to go and register an Indigo account and to, be part of a system so that you can see it. It's just easier that at least one organization proposing is reliable to say that other co-organizers do not have an account. So I'm just asking for this exception and what others think, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. please, Secretariat, Celine or somebody else, at the end of this round, we will need some answers for this type of question. Charles.
Thank you, Lito, and thanks for everyone. Very important points was mentioned. I just wanted to mention, going back to the early days when we were in person, many asked for to be remote, of course, and this is something, of course, we need to do it hybrid at least, and very important. But the issue, I still see that, as Chris maybe mentioned, or I think Adam, that people still like this in-person touch. And to give you another example from our annual meeting in the INTA, International Trademark Association, after COVID, many people asked to continue online. And the meeting was in Singapore, attended by less than 8,000, a little bit, only 500 were online. So even when people ask for online, I noticed that what's really happening is that people start to be there. So going back to the proposal, I think we should have one active moderator on site. This is very needed to be able to handle everything as we do now, and one maybe remote moderator if we need it. And for the speakers, instead maybe of having, let's say, rigid number, maybe we can put a percentage. For example, for 2, 3 speakers, at least one of them to be online, or for more, half of them to be on site, sorry, I mean. So maybe we can do it as a percentage instead of now saying 3 speakers or so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Jennifer, please.
Thank you, Lito. A couple of points. The first one is I absolutely agree with the point that Chris talked about. I think that if there are ties to intersessional work like NRIs, DCs, BPFs, what have you, it really should be in our consideration. And that kind of spawns additional questions afterwards, saying, I think in the chat, Flavio was asking, well, how do we make sure there is indeed a tie? And I think Henriette also asked the question, well, if we have all this information and we don't validate it, how useful is this information anyway for our purposes? So I guess I'll leave it at that. There's a lot of questions on that. The second thing is I do like that the workshop proposal form does inform the proposers what is being evaluated on. So if we're clear about that, I think there's always been an ask from the community, how can we write better proposals? What will we be assessed on? The clearer we can be as MAG on this, the better we can help the community give us quality proposals. Oh, so the second point I really wanted to make is regarding the hybrid in-person and remote experience. I think that every year the host country really tries a lot to have the audio, the visual, the all of the equipment to allow for all of this. And I think that from the presentation from Ole Martin and Tuan earlier about the venue, I think they are doing quite a lot to make sure that, the experience both for in-person and remote is really valuable. So I do hesitate a little bit when we're saying we're only going to require one or we only require some kind of online presence, because like in-person presence, because like Desiree, I do recall, unfortunately, when we had the Katowice meeting, and for obvious reasons, there were not so many people there because of a lot of travel bans, and the experience was very, very difficult, both in person for the people who were there, and there were empty rooms, and also people, online trying to figure out what are they watching? Are we looking at an empty room? Something like that. Of course, for Oslo, I don't think we have that fear. So I think we should be cautious about it. Of course, we should improve the way we look at the hybrid experience. But scaling down the requirements, I think 3, including the moderator, is not such a big ask. And if there really is such a difficulty there for workshop proposers, I really think that as MAG, we should be the ones offering more resources. And we're talking about, I know before we talked about possible merges, but we are offering more of the expertise or the knowledge persons or resource persons for the community to be able to have a successful workshop. Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Henriette, please.
Thank you, Ole, for giving me the floor. I think the MAG is, you are discussing very relevant issues which have to do with the quality of the events and the quality of the experience for participants. These are not challenges you're going to fix with the workshop proposal form. You need to fix this after you've accepted sessions and then be a little bit more concerted or deliberate about engaging with moderators and organizers. You know, one of the frequent complaints, aside from empty rooms, really has been having too many speakers, for example. Now, it's very difficult to limit the number of speakers when a workshop is being proposed. You need to do that after you've accepted, because when a workshop is proposed, people, you know, ask speakers, but they cannot confirm participation. So I would say don't take this discussion too far. You can't fix all these challenges with the workshop proposal form. Revisit them and find ways of ensuring that there's quality hybrid and that there is quality events that are well prepared and well moderated after the fact. Of course, you don't have complete control, but I think there are actions the MAG can undertake to solve these problems. But the workshop proposal form is not it. Back to you, Ola.
Thank you, Henriette. Okay, I don't see any more hands. Okay, Olga, go ahead.
Thank you, Lito. A question, I agree with Henriette that when you do a proposal, sometimes it takes a while to confirm participants if they will be on site or remote. My question would be in terms of process, should we take a second revision of the proposals from the MAC perspective? So I see your point, but I'm wondering if there should be a second round of revision after the activity has been agreed. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have listened to several comments, a few of them going opposite sides. For instance, the hybrid or the amount of speakers required. So I would say, because I was proposing this along with the secretariat, that 3 speakers on site, including the moderator, it's not, I think, it's not so hard to accomplish. Then we can have as many speakers in the proposal as the proponent can get, and more close to the date. Maybe if we have some workshops accepted that include, let's say, 8 speakers, we can go back to them and ask them, are they coming? Are they all coming? Or something to tweak a little bit the workshop. I don't know what you think about that. That is regarding the quantity or the amount of speakers on site. We developed that requirement a couple of years ago, or no, I don't know if it was before, but it has to do with the hybrid fashion, of course. And okay, we can discuss that if you want. And also, since I see Celine, maybe we can address the serious question about registering the organizer. Thank you, Celine.
I wanted to take the floor because I wanted to provide some background information. So
Celine, sorry, I don't know if it's just me. I am not listening well because of the volume of your mic.
No, it's true. The sound quality is rather poor. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me better now? Okay. No, I wanted to give some background information. Perhaps it helps with the conversation. So, regarding the number of speakers, what the working group wrote last year is that we encourage not to have more than 5 speakers. Not that it is a requirement. Then, when it comes to workshop organizers or session organizers, for example, who have a change of plan and cannot meet the requirement of having this amount of speakers, for example, on site. So the Secretariat put actually a lot of effort in connecting potential speakers with session organizers, because the Secretariat also receives quite a lot of demands from various interested participants, whether there are some opportunities to speak. So perhaps this is also in addition to MAG's effort to reach a certain number of speakers on site. Just for you to know, the Secretariat is also trying to connect. Thank you also to you regarding the quality of proposals. This is also something that has been mentioned quite a lot of times in the past years. And we do have, since last year, again, a workshop submission manual, trying to support also organizers in the drafting of their proposal. And also perhaps just as an information also regarding that, so we usually inform session organizers once their proposal has been accepted, indicating to please register via Indico, letting them know about travel support. This year we'll have to do it differently just because the travel support will take place before we can inform the session organizers. And then we give a deadline to make final edits and also to confirm their proposal. Something also that we did last year, and also thanks to the host country, we shared an IGF logistics note for participant, but also an IGF logistics note for speakers. I hope this helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Desiree?
Yes, thank you, Lito. Sorry, this is really referring to the number of speakers requires. I just want to remind everyone that the host country spends millions of dollars on this venue. So requiring to just have one speaker in a room, to me, just doesn't bring enough balance. And I think encouraging to have speakers there is something that the MAG needs to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Apologies, that was meant to be a thumbs up for what Desiree just said. My apology.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I am listening. As I said, I'm not looking at the chat now, but I'm listening. We are in agreement, if you will, that we ask for 3 speakers on site minimum, and also we recommend not to exceed 5, although that is not a hard requirement. The first one is because of the reasons that some of you have exposed. So going to another, so if I'm not mistaken, I assume we are in agreement about the 3 speakers as a minimum on site, I mean, including the moderator. And let's hope the rooms are filled with the speakers and the audience. And okay, if I'm not mistaken, I will set on that. Then the other issue that I think it has been approved is
Excuse me, sorry, Lito, I just interrupt. I just
Go ahead,
want to ensure that that MAG members are in agreement. So if you are in agreement for 3 speakers, put +1 in the chat, please. If you are in agreement with.
Sorry, what is your follow-up question, Carol? Can you tell us before we vote? Desiree.
Oh yeah, no, we just wanted to ensure that Lito made the statement that we were in agreement with +3, but we really didn't put it to the MAG if they were in agreement. So if you agree with 3 persons on site, then put +1. If not, you put -1. Go ahead, Desiree.
I was wondering whether we're going to try and up it up from 3 onwards to vote for that. But yeah, if the lowest the minute number is +3, then we vote.
Oh, all right, Lito. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, well, okay, that's issue is covered. So I want to go to the issue of the question regarding the relationship with the intersectional stream work, and I think we are all in agreement to include that as not as a multiple choice, which is the proposal, but to be more specific and have the most relevant intersectional work the proponent or the proposal is related to. And the other proposal here is that we delete the phrase that says we are not going to take that into account in the evaluation, meaning that we are going to consider that as a parameter for giving more points to a proposal or well, evaluating that in a better way, if you will. So that's what I understood. Chris.
Thanks, Lito. This is a slightly different point, perhaps, but in terms of the diversity. So some feedback that I got from some first-time participants at last year's event was that they came in and found the sessions not quite what they were expecting, because what they'd been expecting was sessions with people on different sides of the argument, really arguing, trying to come to some conclusion. And what they found in a lot of the workshops and sessions was people from different regions, different stakeholder groups, etc., but essentially with a lot of the same kind of views. So just giving different perspectives from the same essential view. And they didn't find that very interesting. I think the people I spoke to were sort of saying, yeah, this was fine, but probably won't be back. It's not really that that doesn't provide that value. So I wonder if it's possible for us to mention or make some reference in the document to say what we really need to see is different perspectives on the issue that are going to dig into the challenges that are here. Like, so not from, it's important to have diversity across all of those different metrics of region, gender, stakeholder, but we also need diversity of views to really help us to move towards resolution of these challenges. I'm not entirely sure how you'd phrase it, but I'm happy to try and jump into the document and see if I can put some words to that kind of effect if people think that's valuable.
Thank you, Chris. To that point, we have included, for instance, that we suggest or we say that we wanted to have innovative proposals. That we did that last year. We asked for that. Of course, we cannot leave out something because we don't think it's innovative. But what I'm trying to say is that we can add something to that phrase, stating something like innovative, but also balanced in opinions, hoping to get this counterpoint opinions that you are saying, Chris. Not necessarily completely opposite, but something new, something additional, something that is makes a balance in the opinions. Maybe we can ask for that. Of course, we cannot foresee, or we will not know at the beginning if that will be accomplished, but we can ask for it if you think this is okay. Andre Schell, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the presentation, Lito, and really glad to hear all of the discussion. I want to support, what Chris just said by saying, I think at one point yesterday, we talked about also a little bit of hand-holding in terms of how, we help proposals and workshop conveners integrate certain aspects that we would like to see. This is very much, I think, tantamount to the value of the IGF. And the more people we get, and I've heard that over the years, the more people we get who go out of IGF, I would say disappointed by thinking, I haven't really gotten anything out of it, the worse for all of us. So I think it is important that we maybe for the MAG look into, how we make sure that as we evaluate workshops, that maybe we look into how much time each one of us could dedicate to bringing those aspects out so that workshop proposals are a bit more into the value add than simply, stating the same things over and over. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Aunt Rochelle. Jonathan?
Thank you, Lito, for a very comprehensive detailed analysis of the stuff. My quick suggestion would be, I think this process has to be abductive. So as much as we do a call for the proposals, we're able to see what people are interested in, but also maybe that bottom-up approach can then guide us in terms of what keynote speakers to have, who set the stage for debate or framing the discourse, which then obviously can speak to what the people propose in their proposals and suggestions, which means in a way, the process is very iterative in making sure that people's interests are taken in the loop, so that we don't just end up having a speaker for political reasons, but we have a speaker to kind of ignite the debate, but also being at least representational across the societal sectors, whether academia, government, industry, or civil society. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Peace, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peace, and I'm a former MAG member and co-facilitator for this working group. I left a few things in the chat, but maybe it's lost, and some of them, most of you have said, mentioned a few points on that. But I want to give a scenario that we had last year. When we were evaluating the workshops, the top workshops, most of them had diversity, but a few of them would have diversity, would check, for instance, they have stakeholder, regional, and maybe miss out on gender, or have gender, regional, and miss out on stakeholder groups. And those were some of them that we requested the Secretariat to reach out to them to review. And I thought that was really great. But of course, afterwards, we had challenges that many people could not make it to Riyadh. But I think over years, that really improved to have diversity. And also another thing that I wanted to point out was someone was asking about the short time that we have ahead, and then the fact that someone has to be registered on Indigo. I think that is something that still has to exist, because someone has to be registered on Indigo. Usually the organizers will reach out to the session organizers and ensure that they are registered. And then on the limiting the number, I think it came strongly because in the previous years, 2022, we would have a session having over 7 or 6 speakers, and then the participants will not have a chance to engage. And so that's why we thought to have quality engagement, we only don't need to listen to the speakers, but also we want people that made time to go to these sessions to be able to ask questions, make additions to the conversations that were happening. And that's why we started to limit the number of conversations. So I thought I should just put this context. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. Jameson.
Yeah. Thank you too. Great job you're doing. Since we are really looking at analyzing the evaluation process, is it possible that we also bring in post-workshop data in our analysis? In the process of review, we accept a workshop based on what they have submitted. But after the event or during the event, it might not have all the diversity promised or the speakers in attendance. So we'll get maybe a kind of a post summary evaluation, after the workshop, and maybe we can factor this in. So can that be helpful in our evaluation going forward? That means check the result of those parameters at the end of the workshop compared to before the workshop, and it can guide with our workshop evaluation. Of course, assuming that we're going to continue to have IGF running. I think this may be useful going forward, since we have many of these repeat proposals year in, year out. So if we can have those data, that could be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jameson. We have tried to do the evaluation of the workshops, but we have thought about them, and the form is very brief because people are moving from one session to another, and we thought that it should be brief. So I don't think we included the diversity balance, but more related to usefulness of the session, or did you get new points, whatever. More focus on the contents than on the diversity or the amount of speakers. So I don't know, we will need to consider that, but we were looking at the difficulties of filling out those forms, or having someone to go to each workshop of the 80 plus or whatever, and then fill out, okay, these were so many speakers, one gender and the other, and diversity and so on. So I'm not sure that is possible to but we will think about it. Gunela, please.
Thank you, Leto. I just wanted to raise about moderation techniques, so that if there are people online, that they have as much opportunity as possible to participate, as well as the participants in the room itself. Now, some moderators are just naturally good at engaging the audience, so to speak, and some are not. And I've been in many sessions where the involvement of the general participants is left to 5 minutes at the end, and there's never enough time. So I'm wondering if there can be some short document video to provide tips, techniques on effective moderation. Some people may not look at that anyway, but we need to find ways to more engage the general audience in a session. So I'm just thinking, if that's a way. I've looked through the workshop handbook, and I couldn't see anything specifically about that, maybe in general terms, but just something briefly about tips and tricks. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunela. I think we can take a look at it and try to add something about the moderating. Okay, so one thing that remains for me is that are we all in agreement to have the question about the intersectional work as to be taken into account when we evaluate the proposals? Are we all in agreement with that? Because that will be new for this year. I don't see any hands, so I take it as a yes. Okay, I think we will be running out of time for this part. So I will, what I'll do is get together. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry for taking the floor again, but Lito, maybe before you leave this, you could just take a few minutes to see how will the MAG evaluate the diversity in opinions. I think it's something that is not so obvious to evaluate. Thank you.
Okay, you mean how do we evaluate
Yes. Chris mentioned, which I think was a good point, that some people were disappointed when they walked into session. They felt there was no diversity, in the opinion of the speakers. So I think it would be nice to explore if there are means that the MAG can use to ensure that the workshop proposals have that, or the sessions will have that. Thank you.
Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Lito, and thanks, Peace. Just wanted to say, I mean, there's been some really good discussion in the chat about this, and the point I'm making is it's about nudging people. It's about trying to emphasize the importance of that. It's not going to work in every case. We're going to have proposals that look great, get accepted, end up not looking at all like what was proposed. There's no way to fully address that risk. But I think I'm just hoping if there's a way we can emphasize to people proposing these workshops or crafting these workshops, this is an important aspect of what you're doing. You need to be engaging people. You need to bring different perspectives. It's not just a presentation of all the same viewpoints. I think that's the best we can do. I don't want to try and, there's not much we can do to absolutely guarantee 100% that it's going to be there, but we can push the needle a little.
Okay, Jennifer, please.
Thanks, Lito. Just a quick question from the last thing you mentioned. You asked if the MAG members were in agreement to add, the links to the intersessional work to be part of the evaluating criteria. So I'm definitely for that if we're able to validate the information. So I think it's a yes, but we need to make sure this information is correct. I think a few MAG members and others have weighed in the chat about that. So just wanted to make sure if we are going forward with that, that's clear. And then the second thing, obviously, and we can talk about that later, is, if we are going to evaluate that as part of our criteria, then we probably have to fix the MAG evaluation form. I don't know if we are adjusting, the percentages or if that's too prescriptive, but at least it needs to be added back into our, small document about evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. A comment on that. If we go into try to change or adapt the evaluation criteria and form, and since we have said that it is more transparent if the proponents know from the beginning what they'll be going to be evaluated on, I'm not sure we have enough time to do all those things. So, and also to validate after the proposal is presented, to validate the relationship with the intersectional work stream. I'm not sure how we can do that. I mean, we can have a list and ask the intersectional leaders, I mean, each dynamic coalition, each BPF, whatever, ask them if this is true. So I'm not sure if we can validate that. Otherwise, we can leave as it is, not to take into account the point, but just to, because the original proposal that I made is just to have instead of multiple choice, because somebody will say, oh, I'm related to this BPF and this dynamic coalition and this policy network and this NRI and so on, thinking that the more they include, the more success they will have in being selected. So we didn't want that to operate in that way. We just wanted to make the link so the specific dynamic coalition, BPF, whatever, will know that afterwards that this workshop was selected. That was the original proposal. I'm not sure we have the time to go through all these tweaks. So I will remain listening to the rest of the opinions. Carol, is that as a as a chair? You can go.
It is as a chair, just reminding you of time, and I think you still have the evaluation form we're going to go through.
Okay. So, Adam, final word on this topic?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, please consider creating a narrative text from the MAG or perhaps from the co-chairs in the MAG. First of all, saying, what is your expectation for the IGF and what are we contributing to as people making proposals, and try to include all the points, particularly I think Chris made some very good points there about what is your expectation about diversity? What do you mean when we say be diverse in your proposal? A narrative that explains to us what the vision for the year is and what you want from us as people who want to contribute to it. And be cognizant with all the new ideas. You're going to have very little time to do a lot of these good new ideas. So keep it realistic. I remember how much hard work it is. As you're going to talk about the evaluation procedure and process, and Jen started talking about it, I think very important this year will be to have training, level setting, so that each of you come into the evaluation process, which is done as individuals with a similar approach. We've not always had it in previous years. You're going to have, again, very little time this year. Probably you're going to have more applications this year, given the nature of the year. Probably you're going to have far fewer slots to place workshops and other sessions on. So it's going to be much harder work. So I think level setting, particularly for the new old MAG members who won't be as familiar with the current ways of working and forms, will be important. So some sort of training, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, I think we can go, because of time, to the evaluation process and form. Can we share it on the screen? Okay, so we have it in the screen. It's a five general criteria form, and we have, for instance, the first we have to clarify that we don't have any conflict of interest with the proposal. Once we do that, if we don't have a conflict of interest, we go to the next part. Which is the 5 criteria proposed topic. For instance, is the first one is 20% value or weight. Also, we have then we will see the 5 criteria, because for each one of them we have 5 possible grades, if you will. So let's see the one that we have in screen. Workshop content is 30% weight. And then we have, we may select not appropriate, poor, needs improvement, good, and excellent. This, if these were numbers, they will go from 1 to 5, being 5 or excellent, the highest, and 1 not appropriate, not pertinent, and so on. It's mainly the same methodology that we have used in the few years before. Also, the weight is we have in the past we discussed this the weight, and we agree on these percentages that you see there. And then finally the 5 rankings, the 5 grades that we can provide each one of the proposals. are also, we have thought it's a good range of possible evaluations. So of course we can discuss this, and we distributed this before, so I don't know if anyone has any comment, any pressing issue that needs to be improved in the evaluation form. But as some of you at least know, this is once we get into the evaluation, individual evaluation, we get our user and our database, if you will, or files in the system, and these are automatically calculated, the final score for each one of the workshop. And then finally we get into discussion. That is part of the whole process of evaluating, but the first one is to fill out individually this form, this application in the system, and then have these results. Any comment on the evaluation? As I said, it was distributed before, so maybe somebody has any pressing comments because of time. I'm concerned about time, not time for this session, but time to do any changes. So I don't know. Do you want to? Anyone has any comment on the evaluation form and evaluation criteria, the weights, and so on? Please raise your hand. I don't see any hand. Carol, do you want to take it over?
Do we want to talk about the process of what they should expect?
Okay, we can go to the thank you. We can go to the other document which states some dates and the whole process. We can take a look at it. Again, it was shared before, but we will share it here in the screen. Okay, this is the general guidance for our evaluation of the workshops. I think the most relevant here are the dates, the stages and dates. We start with an initial screening by the Secretariat. Those are the dates, 17 to 20 March. The Secretariat will take a look at the hard parameters that we talked about and we have decided on. So when the proposal get to the MAG members for evaluation individually from 21 March to 4 April, they are the only one. I mean, they are the ones that comply with the criteria, general criteria of the quantity of speakers and diversity, gender diversity at least. And then we go into the evaluation as individuals. Then on stage 3, from 8 to 13 April, we go as groups evaluating the proposals. If we follow the same process as last year, the Secretariat will divide the proposals for each one of us and make the groups so we can concentrate on a certain amount of proposals. Depending on the amount of proposals received, it's not easy to have all MAG members to look at all the proposals. So we do a separation, groups. And then after the group evaluation. We have discussions on maybe accepting this one or rejecting this other one, and have a final list that we'll be discussing as a whole MAG. That let's see. Okay, those are guidelines. Okay, here we speak about the three buckets approach. That's for the groups to consider to move workshops that look very well to the green basket, then the red basket, the opposite, the ones that we don't think they're going to be selected, and the orange ones, or the orange basket for the in the middle that may need to be reconsidered or something like that. And then the final approval will be from 14 to 16 April. If I'm not mistaken, that's face-to-face and on the second open consultation and MAG meeting. So that is the process. We all know there has to be constraints and shorter times that in years in previous years. So that's the general plan. I don't know if anyone has a question or comment on the plan. Dates, as I said, have been reviewed to get the most, but we don't have that much flexibility. Jennifer, please.
Thanks, Lito. I don't know if this is the right time to ask, but given looking at the dates, it seems like a pretty tight timeline for all of us, but I think we're aware that we're working on a pretty tight timeline this year. My question really is about the logistics of how MAG members will be doing these evaluations. Now, I've been off the MAG a few years. I don't know if we have improved leaps and bounds on how we do this. I don't know if this is, I forget if it's a portal, if we can save our work in the middle, if we're doing it on spreadsheets. That will inform how easy it is for MAG members to be able to meet these tight deadlines. So if this is a question that I ask now, I'm happy to ask it, or I can hold it when we actually talk about the more nitty-gritty things. Thank you.
No, I think it is okay. There is a portal, there is a system that we log in, and we include our evaluations. What I personally do is download the name of the proposals and the criteria. So I go in a spreadsheet and do this by myself offline. And then so that gives me the opportunity to review, to go back to a certain proposal, reread it, and so on, and try to be as fair as possible, as balanced, or applying the same criteria to all workshops, and go back and go forward. And then when I have it, my final version, I upload, or I input my evaluations criteria by criteria to the system, and I can do 2 workshops, 5. I don't know. I think we will have to run and do, I don't know, 20, 25 per day or something like that. I don't know, but that's how I do it. Maybe some other people do it the same way. So that's trying to answer your question, Jennifer. Carol.
Yes, I agree with Lito's approach. Usually I set up a spreadsheet so I can do stuff online. And then I go to every once in a while, or end of the day, I will go and load it into the portal. Please do not wait. As soon as you get your assignment, please start. Also, Luis will provide a spreadsheet with the proposals, so it's easy for you to click on a link and go to look at the proposal online as well if you choose to. But highly recommend that you start as soon as you get them. because sometimes we have a shorter space of time, so you might find yourself having to evaluate 10 or more evaluations a day. So please start as soon as you can.
Thank you, Carol. Any comments from the Secretariat, Luis, Celine, that you want to add anything?
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to actually double check with Louis if you would like to share some more information regarding the actual evaluation form that he's setting up. Louis, are you in the call?
Hello, Celine. Or yes, everything that has been said is correct. And Flavio had a question, for example, you can modify evaluations after they haven't been submitted. Yes, once you submit an evaluation, you start like to have an online sheet, a table with all the information of the evaluation you have put, order it. You can order that, and you can edit and change until the end of the evaluation period. And I think that's all. It's exactly the same as has been presented in the document. So basically a first step of the conflict of interest, and then you have all the things that you check, and then you have a space for comments and submit. That's all. And then when we close, we receive all the information, and then we pass to the next step. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, Celine. Anything else? Okay, we'll take this back. I will work with Celine and Peace, who is also helping us, and with the comments that we have received, trying to get them the majority on board, but try to. We need to be ready for, as I said, Monday, Tuesday, at the most. So. With that, I think we can finish this part of the session. Back to you, Carol.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have endorsed pretty much the work of the process team, and we know that we have quite a lot of work ahead of us. So with that, we'll take a break and see you back here in an hour and a half. Luis will put on a timer. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, morning, and evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just take advantage of that intro. We'll just give it 2 minutes, the usual 2 minutes. Hi. Let me clear my throat. Hi, Wolfgang. We're about to start. We're just giving an extra 2 minutes for latecomers to start.
Okay, thank you.
I hope you all had a good lunch, breakfast, or dinner, or snack, whatever you may be having. And this is the last segment, the last afternoon segment of the meeting. Again, for those people who weren't here this morning, the meeting is being recorded. It's also being live streamed to YouTube. And it's a MAG meeting, so MAG members have priority, but if anybody else wants to speak, please raise your hand. And if you're recognized by the chair, you may speak. When you start speaking, please just give a very brief introduction about yourself and then go into your intervention. And could you also please keep your interventions short, around the 2-minute mark, so that we can move quite quickly. I think this is one of the most efficient meetings we've had in a long time, so that's very good. I'll give the floor to the chair now to start the meeting. Carol.
Thank you, Shangatai. So welcome back, everybody. So we're into our last session, and I know we had a lot of emails going back and forth with regards to the IGF and where it's heading and so on and so forth. So we thought we'd change this last session to discuss give you a chance to discuss some of the things that we were talking about in the email. We're going to kick off the session with somebody from the Working Group on Strategy presenting the paper, A Vision of the Internet Governance Forum, or IGF, Beyond 2025, and then we will open up for discussion. Chris, TT, Amrita.
I think I can do this. And I was going to say I need to find the document first. So thank you, IGF Secretariat, for linking to that. Is it easiest if I... No, okay. Secretariat can share the screen. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, this is really just to introduce the document that the Working Group on Strategy spent much of the last year working on. And it's looking at, I think, strategically longer term, how we sort of see the IGF developing, where we see areas that it needs to or can further develop usefully. It was particularly in the context of the WSIS Plus 20 and the hopeful renewal of the mandate, and how we see that developing and possibly evolving. But it was also looking at relatively short to near term deliverables, so practical ways that we could develop this as in this cycle, even in the shorter cycle that we have this time around. we have it. The first part is probably pretty wordy. We can go through roughly, but I don't think we need to look at everything. It gives some background on the IGF, on its development, looking at it, other activities going on, particularly the WSIS plus 20, but also looking at things like Net Mundial plus 10 and its output of the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. It's talking, yeah, this is the background talking about it. If we can keep scrolling through, that's probably easiest. This was an attempt to visualize how all of these different parts fit together. I'm not sure how successful it is, but it's trying to look at the IGF institutionally there in the middle with the MAG, the leadership panel, and the secretariat, all part of that. MAG working groups, obviously part of that, but also with some engagement and involvement with the broader community. Policy networks and best practice forums, both having obviously a strong tie back to the MAG, but then the dynamic coalitions a little bit more autonomous out within the community. And so something for the MAG and the IGF institutionally to keep in mind. How do we maintain the link to those dynamic coalitions? And similarly to the NRIs, which you see floating out there in the global multi-stakeholder community. We sort of were a little vague there in listing the UN agencies as groups that are sort of relevant and need to be considered. UNDESA obviously is a specific case. It's the institutional home of the IGF, I think was how Marcus helped us formulate it. But then we have others, obviously the WSIS partners, so ITU, UNESCO, and other organizations in the UN. We looked at the outputs, primarily the intersessional outputs at the moment, although the messages are also there coming out of the annual IGF meeting on the right-hand side. I think that's an area where we see room for growth, room for development. Certainly in the last few years on the MAG, the constant call, and even prior to that, has been for evolving and developing the IGF outcomes and outputs. And that's certainly happened with the messages. It's happened with some of the outcomes of intersessional work, but I think there's still room for growth and evolution there. So if we keep going down, please. Thank you. Yeah. Some reference back to the roadmap for digital cooperation, to our common agenda. So a lot of discussion there. The mandate of the IGF. This was referring back to, I think, paragraph 72, article 72 there, of the Tunis agenda. But I think, as others have pointed out, that's the formal agenda or formal mandate of the IGF, but there is a lot more in that internet governance section of Tunis agenda as well. So it's also looking a bit more broadly. But we did note that there are elements within that mandate, within paragraph 72, that haven't actually been actioned or incorporated into the IGF. So there is still room for growth and evolution even within the existing mandate. I think in that context, we had some discussion around the possible value of changing the name, say, to the Digital Governance Forum or something else. I think where we ended up with this document and with that discussion was that's not necessarily the answer to the challenges here. I'm sure it will be something of an ongoing discussion, but what we, I think, settled on was that the mandate and the name as it exists is broad enough to encompass a lot of the new issues, the new technologies, emerging technologies that are already being discussed within the IGF context. If we can continue scrolling down. This was a bit about the vision, and we sort of noted here that there is the Internet We Want paper that was developed by the leadership panel, and it's a living document and continuing to evolve, and so we wanted to reflect that. We also wanted to reflect the output coming from NRIs and other intersessional work, and obviously the Net Mundial multi-stakeholder plus 10 multi-stakeholder statement. Keep scrolling down, please. Okay, I think this was sort of reiterating a few of the points that had been made, particularly in relation to the GDC, about the need to not duplicate work that has been or structures and processes that are already in place, rather to leverage those and to develop them to meet changing needs, changing requirements, new challenges. We also noted that there had been some engagement of the Net Mundial +10 outcome with the IGF, particularly their call or request for the IGF to serve as a sort of caretaker of the Net Mundial +10 Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. And that's a discussion that was begun, I think. Well, we certainly had some discussion of that in June last year as part of the MAG meeting, and there's still need to resolve that and look at what that means. Yeah, okay, well, maybe we should just jump to the proposed actions here. So based on all of that text, we decided to try and winnow down to some quite specific actions, some more specific than others. Part of it is well, let me just go through these. Number one was to formalize regular discussion on IGF evolution and the IGF strategic model within the IGF schedule. I think we see that this year. I think the sub-theme on digital cooperation provides space for that, and we need to make sure that that's part of the discussion. With WSIS +20 this year, I think this will be a very key discussion. Our hope was, though, that going into future years where there's not that urgency or immediacy, there's still discussion to ensure that the IGF evolves to meet sort of changing needs and requirements. Second was to plan and implement an initial IGF GDC follow-up track. Now, this was a little based on some earlier drafts of the GDC, some earlier discussions. I think we can probably take out track there and just think of this as a need to plan and implement the IGF's engagement with Global Digital Compact, including the implementation. And so that's something we're doing, I think, this year, establishing and maintaining effective IGF institutional coordination with relevant actors, and looking at specific proposals for sessions to include in the IGF annual event program. Again, we're working on this. I see Anna making some comments here about CSTD, so perhaps there's a need to clarify that. Third, work to develop further complementary relationships between IGF and the WSIS partners. We had some discussion of this during the OC meeting on Wednesday, of the need to have IGF and the WSIS forum particularly complement each other, but more generally to strengthen that sort of web of relationships between WSIS actors, WSIS agencies. And I think that's been a really positive element going into WSIS +20, is the sort of new cooperation and openness between those partners. We need to keep that going, and we need to establish the means of doing that. Number 4 was continue the MAG discussion of Net Mundial +10 alignment. That's something that we sort of, in this document, didn't want to take a strong stand on, because coming out of the June meeting last year, there had been a small group that was planning to look at what the best outcome there would be. So it was simply to say this is something that is an open action. It's something that we probably should settle on so that it's not hanging out there. So that's there. 5 was to review and refine intersessional work models. Now, this probably is not ideal for this cycle, given the limited time frame, but I think it was recognizing that we've placed a lot of emphasis and importance on the intersessional work, the different structures there. And there has been actually work to review and look at the models of the BPFs and the dynamic coalitions, whether they continue to be fit for purpose and whether they're meeting the needs of everyone involved. I think there's opportunity to continue more in that, and to make sure that we do perhaps a more holistic look as well at all of the different intersessional models and see how they're working together. But as I say, it might be a somewhat longer term project. Now, the last two or three we had here were sort of looking particularly at the WSIS Plus 20 review. First was leading the conversation on affirming the mandate of the IGF. So particularly emphasizing that the existing mandate within the Tunis agenda is broad, is flexible, does allow for the integration of a lot of emerging technology discussions, which has been happening in the last few years. The IGF should be an active part, a leader in that discussion and in highlighting how the IGF, under its current mandate, is fulfilling the goals that were set out for it. Number 7 was to propose greater institutional presence for the IGF Secretariat in UNGIS, UNGIS. That was another one where we had a bit of discussion, just trying to understand exactly the structures and formats and protocols there. But UNGIS is the internal UN organization of different agencies involved in WSIS to allow for some coordination. And there was a bit of a feeling that the IGF institutionally is a bit outside of that and perhaps misses out from the benefits that we might see from greater coordination with other WSIS partners in the UN. So looking at whether there was a possibility to build on that. So that's something from further discussion with UNDESA and other parts of the UN, but I think it's something that was identified by the community as an important need. And then I think, do we have one more, or is that's the last one? That's the last one. The annexes, we don't need to go through those. There's the paragraph 72, which is the mandate. There's the MAG responsibilities from the IGF website. And then we just had a list, a current list at the time of the intersessional activities. I suspect that's already potentially out of date. And then just some final links to references at the end there. So that's the document. I might stop there and pass back to Carol if you've got a thought on how you wanted to progress the discussion from here based on that document.
Just open for discussion. I see Amrita has put in the chat that we discussed funding, but it's not in the document. That's fine. So the floor is open. I know we had a lot of persons discussing in the email, so here's your opportunity to hear what we're saying. Go ahead, Lito.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation, and thank you all working group for the document. I think I would like to suggest that within the action proposed number 5, which refers to intersessional group as well as Annex 3, I would like to emphasize or to name with a proper name NRI, because in action item 5 you refer to intersessional work, but I think the NRI deserves a special place, as well as in the Annex 3. I don't see it as a reference or list, and that's because NRI is, as somebody has said, a big achievement, a very important achievement, because it is the way we get the message through more people in the local communities or regional communities. So even though it is not maybe the same message, but we are linked somehow. And I went as far as saying in the IGF in Saudi Arabia, I said in the LAC space that even if the IGF is not going to continue, suppose we all hope it is, but even if that happens, local and regional IGF do not have to stop. We have developed an infrastructure and organizational ecosystem locally or regionally, and we may get it going. Now we do it in some coordination with the IGF. We have a monthly meetings conducted by Anja. So we have a certain, and we have certain NRIs have some sessions within the IGF. But I think this movement, these people, deserves another mention. I know it is mentioned in an introduction, more than 170 NRIs and so on. But as I said, my argument is because that's the way we get to more people, not the small group that attends the IGF, the relatively small. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Maybe I can just respond just to comment a few things or what I was saying in the chat, because I think I take your point, Lito, and I think it's a very important point. I am open to what others think, but I tend to think we're not looking to edit this document anymore. It sort of says October 2024. I'd be happy to leave it as this is what we came up with in 2024, and we need to build more on top of that. And it won't be exactly like this. As you say, there are other points that need to be considered going forward, and the funding point is another one that's in here. So I think definitely take the point, but I'm not necessarily suggesting we should go back to editing this document, just because I know it took us a long time of editing to land on a solid draft. But open to what others think on that, obviously.
Sorry if I jump in, but anyway, if I may add as just a small information, NRIs has also mentioned when we are speaking the document about the vision, saying that they contribute to develop the vision for the internet we want. So there is, they are mentioned in several parts, but I agree, maybe we can, I don't know, I know Chris said that the document is frozen, but probably there are other ways to emphasize that NRIs are also included. Thank you.
And if I may just come in, the MAG had, as Henriette is mentioning, had the opportunity to actually comment on it. There was, I think, 2 rounds of going back and forth to get comments to freeze. There could be many things which could be added, like Chris says, but I think somewhere we have to focus on what we need to do. We can keep on adding to the document to beautify it, which is required, but I guess it's time to act on things. Thanks.
Right. Thank you. Just before I give Jimson the floor, I agree with Amrita. I think it's now time to put concrete action items to, if you could scroll down to the bottom of the document. Where we have the objectives, or not objectives, things to do, proposed actions. I think we need to start fleshing out what it is we want to do to accomplish these things, and possibly a timeline. Jimson?
Yes, greetings, everybody. I have to switch my internet connection to my mobile now. I believe you can hear me. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, the strategy document is really an excellent work done by the committee, by the working group, and it really speaks to what I have in mind when I commented the IGF 2024 in Riyadh. I want to ask a question then to the comments that if the opportunity is there, we can really append it because it talks to long-term strategy. The first one is maybe to ask anybody that can respond to that. During the annual CSTD meetings, is there formal provision for the IGF MAG chair or secretariat to provide the feedback? Because CSTD, as we know, is the institutional organization to do the review of the implementation of the WSIS itself. So is there usually a call or invite for MAG chair or the secretariat to make formal presentation. Then number two, it will really be good talking about strategy to, I think I heard about it, that we could really solicit for long-term host for the IGF. If that call is made, I believe some people will pick maybe in 3 years' time, in the 4 years' time, and so on and so forth. So I think that could also add into long-term framework. Then lastly, it would be good to really recommend that maybe you have a 10-year cycle. I don't think it needs to be, say, forever, but a 10-year renewal cycle is good, so that in 10 years, we will have opportunity to do a review of what has happened and so on and so forth. We want it to stay, but it is good to have a time of break, of review, just as we have these wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimson. I think what goes along with review is that we set performance indicators. So we over the 10 years, let's say, we know what we're looking at and have statistics on what we have accomplished. Michael?
Good afternoon. Looking at this document, I think the document is well structured. However, if we leave the issue of funding outside the document, it's not open-ended. My point is, we are talking about the 20th anniversary of the IGF and beyond the 20th. So it is time certain issues like funding are given a specific topic, or should I say a specific direction as to the direction of the IGF beyond 2020. So I still believe that the document can still be edited to add funding and give a direction as to how the IGF will be self-sustainable. Thank you.
Amrita?
No, Henriette has her hand up, Carol.
Oh, sorry. I meant Henriette, sorry.
Oh, fine,
Apologies.
No, not at all. MAG members first anyway. I'm just checking if Marcus is still in the meeting. I just want to, obviously Marcus is there, I see him. Funding is very important. But I think we need to also take into account that funding and how the IGF is funded, whether it's funded through voluntary contributions or through a combination of voluntary, in-kind and permanent contributions, is a very political issue. It will come up in the course of the WSIS review. And I think it's important that if the MAG is going to tackle the issue of funding, that it does it with creativity, but also with sensitivity. And perhaps and making sure that the right stakeholders are around the table, and then also I think picking the timing. I think it's very important to picking the timing about how to approach the funding of the IGF. There's a lot of information around that. There's been very many proposals in the past on the funding of the IGF, but I just want to put on the table, it's not just an issue of getting sufficient funds. It's also how the IGF is funded impact the IGF's ability to operate in a bottom-up, independent way. And also to think of the IGF as not just being one thing. It's very possible to look at some aspects of the IGF, for example, the Secretariat, to be expanded with permanent funding, but other aspects of the IGF to be voluntary funded, for example, participation. So I just want to make the point here that it's not a trivial issue. It's important, it's a trivial issue, but it's not a trivial issue. And it's an issue that's also very political that should be handled sensitively. But if Marcus is willing also, perhaps he doesn't have to, but he has very good insights also on why this is not just a case of getting more money. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Henriette. Very good input. Marcus.
Yes, I'm willing to jump in, and thanks, Henriette, for mentioning that. In the past, I have always been very conservative in pushing for regular funding from the UN budget, as Henriette just said, it's a highly politicized issue. But the fact is that now we have ODET that did get some funding from the regular budget. I think there might be time to be a little bit more aggressive. But again, I would urge caution in approaching this, and I fully concur with Henriette. And essentially, this would be an issue that would be better handled by friendly member states of the IGF to push this issue. If it comes from a multi-stakeholder community, it may not have that much impact. But if you have some creative wording saying that funding through the regular budget should maybe also examined as a possible way forward, something along these lines. But I would caution against pushing too hard for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcus. Desiree?
Yes, thank you. I believe I'm 100% supporting what Marcus has just said. I think this is a good opportunity to have this ask by member states to make the IGF no longer an extra budgetary item, but to be part of the UN DESAs or UN budget, especially since the ODET has now asked us or the NRIs to do the implementation of GDC, which will require additional resources on coordination. So I think some explanatory note as why now there is a need to stabilize and harmonize all the development efforts. I think it gives us a really good opportunity time-wise to do it as soon. But Marcus, you know probably much more about the process. Where could this be raised and how to take this?
Thank you, Teresa. So my question is, how does this look? How does a institutionalized IGF look? I think that is something that we need to sit down. We've said it over and over again, but how does that actually look? What does that actually require? Wolfgang?
Yeah, thank you very much. Henriette has put in the chat that there is nothing to stop the private sector to make larger contributions. And this is really my idea, which I discussed also during the IGF in Riyadh. After the adoption of the various laws in the European Commission, we have now a new category in this internet world, which is the so-called FLOPs, very large online platforms. They are defined, they are, they are a legal category, and they have to report to the European Union. So that means we have a group of around 12 or 15 identified FLOPs, which, if you look into the budget, make only a very, very small contribution to the IGF budget. But all these private corporations have accepted a private sector self-regulation, which is called corporate social responsibility. So my proposal would be that the chair of the MAC or the co-chairs of the leadership panel sent letters directly to the CEOs of this 12, 13 flops and inviting them to make a contribution to the IGF, remembering then that they have a corporate social responsibility. They are beneficiaries from an open, free, and stable internet, which is one of the aims of the IGF. I think then let's wait and see how they react to this letter, but not just to call the private sector to enhance the contribution, but to send them directly to the CEO could probably make a difference. Thank you very much.
Okay, so my question, and it's because I really don't know, how do you meld contributions from private sector if IGF becomes a UN body? Is that allowed?
You have a trust fund. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think Marcos knows it better. But
Sorry, can
we
you repeat the
always
question?
had a mixed funding. And this was also the conclusion from the IGF Improvement Working Group 10 years ago, a mixed funding that they are not dependent from one source and the IGF is not for sale.
Carol, I don't know, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So I was asking, we were talking about getting more funding from private sector. So I was saying, if we talk about funding from private sector, how does that mix with IGF becoming an institutionalized body within the UN?
Okay, so you're talking about if the IGF received funds from the regular budget, will that prevent us receiving funds from non-governmental or non-regular budget sources?
Yeah.
And the answer to that question is no, it would not, because there's been talk about, for instance, if the staff positions were regular budget and then the other activities that we have for our intercession activities, for our capacity building, etc., came from the trust fund, any of that sort of mix and match can work out. That's all possible. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. Jimson? Jimson, go ahead. I think, Teresa, is that an old hand? Sorry.
No, that's a new hand.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Please go ahead.
Teresa.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much. First of all, a really good document, and thank you to everybody who worked on it. And Chris had put something into the chat. Some of the discussions we're having here are really some very practical areas to build out on some of the action item areas. So taking really some very specific areas and the conversations here identifying what could be some specific actions and how one might do that. So really going to what is stability and continuity, what are the elements that are needed towards that. And I wonder if there's an opportunity as we go into this next IGF that one works on what that could look like. So delve down to next levels with some options and potentially facilitate or have a session at the IGF to help bring that together. So one could look at how one practically moves some things forward, including the funding element, which is absolutely critical in order to ensure, continuity with staff and all the work that has been identified. So we'd shared some thoughts earlier, and I think that might be a way for us to move forward utilizing this document, which is really exceptional. Thanks.
Thank you. Jimson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I also want to chime in on this funding mechanism that we need. Funding, of course, is very important. I fully, support Wolfgang We were in that working group in 2011 when the idea of IGFSA came up. Even Teresa, I think you were also there. And IGFSA was founded 2014 and has been doing incredible job thus far. So my thinking is that yes, in our discussion or in strategy, IGFSA can easily be brought in because it's a structure that is already on ground, and to receiving maybe those funding. The IGFSA has been contributing the thousands of dollars into the trust fund managed by DESA. So I don't think that is an issue, as Chengeta has pointed out. So I think the bottom line is just to ensure that we have a forum whereby these CEOs can be in the room. There are usually things like maybe a summit or congress. We need to work it out. I think Sherry can really help out in this, Sherry Miller and of course Teresa, because they just need to get to know, because the IGF is very crucial as a business person. Though I'm a small business person, SME, okay, and we've been making contribution. In fact, my engagement has been part of my own organization, corporate social responsibility, okay, creating time to ensure that the internet works. So that's justification for my participation and the approval of my board to be involved in all these activities. So once there is that kind of justification, then it makes sense, and then the funding stream will come in. So funding is very important, and let's explore that nexus and how that could work. Thank you.
Wout, go ahead, sorry.
Yes.
Down?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you,
sorry.
Carol. I have to put everything on. I've one question and one suggestion. The first is to Chris, as you presented the document, and thank you very much for that. Why was funding left out of the document? And apparently a lot of people would like to see it addressed here. The other one is what I heard about writing to the CEOs. What I can imagine, and I'm on the outside, I don't know what is being discussed on the inside, but what I can imagine, and a lot of people think, but it works excellently. Every year we have this IGF, it's organized, and we have this intersessional work and that sort of thing. So I'm asking Shanghai specifically, what are you missing at the Secretariat at this moment? How many people, you don't have to answer this exactly, but how many people do you actually miss? And on the other hand, what could the trust fund do more if it received more money? And if we can make that very specific, it may well be that a CEO of this flop, as Wolfgang calls it, would be more enticed to send money over because it is exactly clear what they're paying for. And is that a better way to approach this than just send a letter saying generically, we need more money? Perhaps somebody can reflect on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll jump in just to answer
Go ahead,
that.
Chris. Mm-hmm.
I said it in the chat, but just for people who's not watching, yeah, I don't remember why funding wasn't included. It's included in the document. There is a discussion there of the importance of funding diversity, of not just having UN budgetary funding, though I think that possibility is also raised. But I think it was because of the focus on short, near-term actions, and there weren't any clear actions that would address the funding situation in that discussion that we were having at the time. Now, if there are new ones that present here, that I think absolutely is something we should run with. And I say my preference, or my best guess here, is to say I think we should really work to facilitate and foster some discussions in Oslo on this, so that we're bringing in the community, we're bringing in the subject matter experts, we're making sure that we understand both the challenges and the strategies that might be available to us. But I think it's something that we should do beyond just a MAG meeting, and we can use Oslo as a moment for that.
Yeah, and Chris, just to add to this, the funding was discussed a lot, but it was left out primarily because of the political reasons, etc. You know, the subtleties, if I remember correctly, because there was a lot of discussion and then we left it out. But with the ODET development now, we could obviously have it added. You know, we wanted to be cautious that this should not be a place, the point where other negotiations stop about the IGF. I think that was also something which was everyone in the group had more or less agreed to at that point of time when this was kind of okayed. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Amrita. Jennifer, and then Adam.
Thank you, Carol. Absolutely agree that funding is crucial and critical, especially if we're looking at sustainability of the IGF and, of course, the NRIs. I think I put this in chat and others have also mentioned this. You know, funding is part of the leadership panel's mandate as well. So if we have such discussions, we absolutely need to connect with them or align with them, somehow get them involved, because that is part of, you know, their scope as well. Another thing is that, of course, we are talking to the choir here. We all believe in the cause of the IGF. We all believe that the IGF needs to be funded. Now, the question becomes, what is the value proposition for all of these potential donors, potential funders that we are not quite getting? And they could be different for every single, you know, target. It could be different for the governments. As Marcus has mentioned, it is quite political. If we're looking at big tech, if we're looking at you know, private sector, there could be a lot of other criteria that they're looking at that maybe we're not quite getting to, since we haven't been fully successful in getting them to fund the IGF. And same with other forms of potential target donors. So I think there is a conversation that needs to happen, perhaps multiple conversations, but we need to not lose sight that the target is different for every single part. And there are limitations that if we only open it up to a free-for-all or not a targeted discussion that really hones in on outputs, we might get lost again, because there's a lot of will in this group, but there hasn't been very concrete actions that we have taken so far in fundraising.
Adam.
Thank you, Carol. Thanks for
Thank
inviting me to speak. Very strong agreement with Chris's suggestion to hold a session in Oslo, and looking not well beyond money, although that is the obvious target. What is needed? What are the needs? What do we need to be resourced? What are the resources that are needed? It costs money to participate in organizing committees of a national and regional IGF, because if you're a staff member, your staff time is in effect a resource that is being given by your organization. It costs money to provide a speaker because they have to travel, the speaker being a resource that hopefully a donor would give. So discuss what we need and how to make it attractive to get these resources made available. I think it's the UN system seems to have problems for us to access, at least. So we're looking externally. Anyway, I'll stop there. Thanks. I just want to say strongly support the idea of a session in Oslo.
Anusha.
Thank you very much, Carol. And I would like to support what Adam just said, and Chris and others, having a session in Oslo where we can actually thrash out scenarios, as Teresa alluded to at some point. I think it's important to not only look into the long-term funding, but also, since we're going to look into a renewal of IGF, institutionally, if the UN wants to make this a UN system meeting, or, you know, a stakeholder meeting, would that be subject to things like, ECOSOC and all of the issues that will be brought into this process. How are we going to respond to that if during the meetings, things like that are offered or put on the table by, member states? Is it something that we should probably consider to say, scenario one, if we have this proposal, what do we do? Scenario two, and then, the funding issue and all of that can come in there also. Because, if it is institutionalized or not, maybe, as Shanghai said, there are ways of making sure that others can participate to the funding of the IGF still, but it might be a little trickier in terms of, organization as we go. So I believe it might be worth the scenario work in Oslo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Titi?
Okay, thank you, Carol. I also support the idea by Chris and others to have a session in the IGF to discuss how to get more funds for the IGF. I also think that the proposal from Wolfgang to write to the very large platform, it's a good proposal, but it's a little bit weak because I think we should find other ways, maybe some other proposal in order to have more participation, more funds from this platform. Because writing a letter is not enough. It's weak. It's a weak solution. And then further, I want to confirm that in the initial version of the document, of the visual document, there was a proposal to have a fixed fund for the IGF from UN. But then there was a discussion also coming from the comments from Marcus, about having the IGF only founded by UN. That's why, as we didn't discuss more this subject, we didn't find a convergence. That's why it has been deleted from the document, because it's a very important and open problem to discuss that you need to further discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Titi. Marcus?
Yes, thank you. And just reacting to Titi, yes, I plead guilty. I was very much pushing against going too much that way, asking for regular budget contribution. But the general landscape has changed a little bit with Odette now being part of the regular budget. And I also am grateful for Andrashel's comment. There's obviously a price to it. If you have a part of the regular budget of the UN, there's a price to pay for it, then you're much more part of the procedures. And the IGF has started very much being outside as an extra budgetary project that gave us more freedom to experiment with more open procedures. I mean, the way the IGF handles participation is way outside traditional UN procedures, as you're all aware. But as someone once sang, the times they are a-changing, and as the UN is gradually moving into these issues, I think it may also be time to consider for the IGF to move closer to the UN and muscle in there. But it is obviously part of a very political discussion. But I think also then the IGF meeting in Norway is an excellent opportunity. We have Norway, a very respected member of the UN family and a generous contributor to many extra budgetary schemes, would be a very, shall we say, unsuspected champion to push for the IGF to be more part of the core UN scheme and being part of the regular budget. And then the UN Secretariat is actually very open to multi-stakeholder participation and inclusion into the system. It's more, there is resistance coming from member states who don't like the idea. But again, this is part of a much broader political discussion. But I think, again, going to Norway, if we can convince our gracious Norwegian hosts to be champions of the IGF, we couldn't get a better champion, as Norway has a very high standing in the UN system. And let's have this discussion in Oslo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what would that session look like? What would be the objectives? How would it be designed, formulated? What would be our expectations? Go ahead, Chris.
Can I just say I was hoping that Yuso would jump in, since I don't. Seems a little rude for me to jump in and make his point that he's already done in the comments, but I 100% agree with it. I think a stock taking of what we've done over the last 20 years in this space is going to be really important. I mean, there's no point in us having a discussion without the appropriate data and expertise, and that means both institutional actors who understand things, but also looking at what's going on in the IGF. So, for instance, the working group that June mentioned from her time on the MAG last time, there's a lot there, and it would be useful between now and Oslo to pull that together into some sort of narrative that we can use as the basis for discussion.
Desiree?
Yes, just briefly, just wanted to say that Marcus brought an important point of, the weighing of the, benefits and pros and cons against being, part of the regulatory budget, that we need to be cautious about the preserving our ways of working. But also in terms of what we can do at this session, I think we are all in agreement that the current IGF trust needs support for X, Y, and Z going forward as we are extending the mandate. So we're looking forward in casting a budget for 5 years ahead of time, and we're looking for input from stakeholders and comments on the budget. So I envisage it as an open planning session on a budgetary line with some IGF trust figures. Yeah, thank you.
Henriette?
Thank you, Carol. I think, well, I agree with you. So I think we need to do a stock take. This is not a new discussion. I also think we need to commend the Secretariat and UNDESA and others, and particularly member states who are contributing to the IGF. The IGF is doing quite well financially compared to where it was, let's say, 10 years ago. So I think, and what we've also seen is that where the IGF introduces a new program that responds to demand and that has good impact, like the parliamentary track, for example, youth IGF initiatives, that it gets resources. So I think so I agree with the stock taking, and then I think we need to always put strategy first. And I think that's why I don't think it's a problem that funding hasn't been prioritized by the IGF MAG working group strategy. I think it's important for this group to look at what it is that needs resources. And once there's consensus and a common understanding on that, then I think you're in a position to look at what that resources is and where it should be going. Just to bring a whole lot of people together to say the IGF needs more money is not really going to have more impact. And I also, as I said in the chat, and I think it's been recognized, we have to talk to the leadership panel, UNDESA and the Secretariat. They are constantly raising money. And it's very important that if the MAG is wanting to support this work, that it does so with a sensitivity and understanding of what is already happening. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Anret. TT, Tamia.
Okay, thank you, Carol. As I write in the chat, I think this could be discussed in the working group strategy to prepare a kind of base document, base position. But in order to do it, I support the idea from Chris to have a consultant in order to study the possible alternatives. I mean, having, for instance, just the secretariat founded regularly by the UN, and the other things founded by business and other partners. So I think it's essential to study the different kind of options. But in order to do it, we need to have a more clear vision on the possible models and also the possibility to collect funds from UNDESA or from other institutions. I mean, it's important to have a clear vision of what are the possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamia.
Thank you, Chair. I think Titi and Henriette read my mind because those were the points that I wanted to raise myself as well. That we need to make sure that if we have a session like this, which I think would be helpful, but if we have a session like this, that we are aware of what is going on already, what is the strategy that is being adopted to collect funds at the moment, and also what are some of the limitations that we might have collecting funds or asking for support for the IGF, because even though we're not a part of the UN budget, IGF is part of the UN system, and therefore fundraising for the IGF comes with its own limitations. It's not the same as collecting sponsorship for an event that is completely independent from the United Nations. And we have seen and this is why certain methods of fundraising might not be compatible with the IGF, and certain donors might not also be compatible with the IGF, because they make decisions and they assess whom to donate to on very different criteria than what we might expect them to do so. So we need to be clear what is possible and what is not possible when raising funds for the IGF. We know earmarking funds might not be possible. We know that donating in kind might not be possible because everything needs to go through a tender process to be able to be associated with the UN event. It might not be possible to write off funds from tax if you donate to the IGF, other things like that. So we need to really be very practical and understand what is the system that we're functioning in, because just selecting potential donors is only a little piece of the puzzle, but we also need to think about our methods, our limitations, and our possibilities. So I think it needs a lot more discussion, and probably it should involve those, as Henriette said, that are already working on this day to day to give us a little bit more information on what they're already doing, and then what are the challenges that we might not be able to grasp just from where we're sitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamia. So there's been a lot going on in the chat, and I think, okay, I see the hand, Chris. I think that it's a lot for the working group on strategy to take in, and try to see how we can best approach moving forward. Of course, it's going to be difficult because we do have a short time to plan for the meeting in 2025. But going past that, we have some time, not much, in which to really put our nose to the grind to get things done. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Carol. I just wanted to, I think we've devoted a lot of the time we had here today to the funding discussion. I think I was just thinking the other point that it would be nice to sort of have at least some comment on before we move on is about the integration or working with ITU and WSIS Forum, WSIS Plus 20 high-level event, because I know this session was a bit about how do we engage with WSIS Plus 20, and I think that's going to be a very important element to that. So I don't know if you feel we have time in the agenda for that, but I just wanted to note that that's another, I think, very timely and somewhat urgent element in the discussion here.
So there is a meeting planned with we're planning to have a meeting with the LP and the MAG. So we can put a lot of this in context with them for discussions there. I see Shanghai has raised is that Shanghai?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to comment on the others, but following your point, yes, there is a meeting. I think the date that we're looking at is 14th of February for the meeting with the LP, and Celine is going to actually be sending out a doodle poll because I think we have 2 times, but it is the 14th, which is actually next week, so we don't have that much time. So I think you would receive the doodle poll today to select the times where we can meet with the leadership panel. I mainly wanted just to also say a little bit something about us working with ITU and the WSIS Forum. We talk to each other, basically on a weekly basis. ITU's got a working group as well. And I attend those groups, not between the IGF and the ITU, but the ITU and the Geneva family. We do have Gitanjali, who's actually the lead for the WSIS Forum. She is also on the list, on the MAG list, and she was here on Wednesday to give a briefing. So her team is paying close attention to what we're doing as well. I have assigned Roman to be our liaison for the day-to-day activities with the WSIS Forum. So he's also talking to them, and so that's one of his tasks as well, to make sure that we liaise effectively and properly. And we have talked about the fact that since the IGF 2025 meeting is in June, and then the WSIS Forum and the AI for Good Summit is in July, a couple of weeks afterwards, that we should at least have in mind when we prepare the IGF 2025 meeting that some of our outputs can become inputs into the WSIS Forum and also AI for Good, but we'll be working on those as time goes by. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Shanghai. I think, as I was reminded, we're running out of time. I think the discussions were very good. So just a short summary. We've come up with the overarching theme of building digital governance together. and we have the 4 themes ironed out and approved by the MAG. The small groups worked on the descriptions, did a very good job. We will allow the pen persons to do whatever corrections and changes required, and then the secretariat with a few others will then do the final polishing on it. The intersessional work has been agreed upon. We have 4 streams: the PN on artificial intelligence, PN internet fragmentation, PN meaningful access, best practice forum on securing access to the internet in context of conflicts. We have the co-facilitators identified for these as well. We've also decided that we will have an IGF consultant who will support the GDC-related outcomes from all of the intersessional work. Next, we have the IGF program structure approved. The host country presented the venue, the layout, and a schedule skeleton. The workshop submission forms were discussed, as well as the evaluations. For the session proposals we launched for February 12th. Everybody needs to look out for the secretariat email for the doodle poll for the joint MAG LP meeting on February 14th. Did I miss out anything, Celine, Ole, Shanghai?
Not that I noticed.
I think you covered everything.
Any last words from you, Ole Martin?
Well, just on behalf of Norway as a co-host, we like to thank everyone for receiving our proposals and presentations so positively. For me and Tuan here, we appreciate that, and see you all in Oslo. And remember to book your room early, as we always say. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Great job, everybody. And have a good night, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and all have a great weekend. Thank you. Chris, you wanted to say something quickly or no?
Yeah.
I'll say it very quickly. It was just to say it would be, I think, really welcome and useful if we could have a sort of a schedule of MAG meetings, not just the face-to-face in April, but also phone meetings in advance, if that's possible.
No, I hear you, and yes, I totally agree. We'll work on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Carol. Thank you, Ole. Thank you, everyone.